everybody. We had a pretty successful morning. We woke up at about 6 a.m. after probably only 6 hours of sleep, unfortunately. Should be getting more sleep than that. But, anyways, went for a run with a good buddy of mine. That was freaking awesome. Probably ran 2 miles or so, I think roughly 2 miles. So, that was a really good run. Did that and then did a ton of work from my business this morning. Kind of just got to it, and honestly it was pretty haphazardly done, but got a lot of good stuff done. um, Talking to some cool influencers, and we got some really cool new products coming that I'm excited about, so just making moves on those and finishing up some labels while also DMing some people and just getting the ball rolling on some other collaborations and projects. So yeah, just kind of been doing that most of the morning. And then I can't remember if I just mentioned this, but I also filmed my YouTube video. So that will be going live this weekend. Super stoked on that. I'm going to be doing a minimum of 2 videos per month. So that is, my every other a week video. Ideally doing more, but, we work with the time that we have right now. This week was really busy at work, so didn't have as much time as I would have liked to film a YouTube video. I probably still could have squeezed it in, but man, I was pretty stressed out at work. Probably the hardest week of work that I've had since I started my job. So been really busy with that, but got the project delivered last night at like 10:30, 11. So just a weight off my shoulders. So today should be a little easier. So what I'm going to be working on today is work, obviously, because around this time it's about 8:45 Seattle time. I'm in Utah, so it's 9:45 here. So getting an early start on actual work, which is really nice. So yeah, gonna get out my basically celebration announcement email that this project is done. It was a huge milestone for not only myself but our team to get done with this work, so that's really cool. Excited about that. And then have a couple of incidents I need to take care of at work. I'll probably write this all down on a to-do list, and then just got some small tasks to take care of today. And ideally, if I have some time, edit my YouTube video. That would be nice. I'm going to put that on the to-do list. I should have time, so I'm going to make that a point to edit my YouTube video today. Maybe not get it done, but at least start it. And then, let's see. Yeah, we're doing a Buffalo Wild Wings Jazz game viewing tonight. Super stoked on that. And yeah, I don't know why I talk to the mic like this sometimes. I guess it's my diary, man. I do know why. That's why I do it. It's a diary to myself. I don't do journal entries or anything. So this is my journal entry. Wow, that's kind of cool to think about that. And maybe there's people that go back and watch the intro of these videos just to see what I'm doing, see my own self-reflection. I think self-reflection is really healthy in the morning. So this is just my journal entry. Yeah, I'm going to start doing this consistently every single day for like 5 minutes. I think this is good. Yeah, man, even though this week was rough, been listening to David Goggins' book lately. I finished 2 books this month now. Going to finish 3 and 4 in the next week or 2. That'll be 4 books in a month. That's a huge milestone for me as well. But David Goggins has been kicking my ass mentally through the audiobook. Been loving that. So I've been trying to translate the discipline that he has into my life and take inspiration from that. I haven't been the best about going to bed. I think I've been doing a bad job at winding down specifically, so I don't get to bed on time and have to wake up pretty tired, which is never ideal, but you do what you got to do. But yeah, today's gonna be a great day. We got our biggest tasks done for the week now. It's kind of just wrapping those up and then taking care of a lot of small to-dos today, which I actually really enjoy, getting all the small things done. I think probably just because it's easy. I don't have any deep work to do today. Maybe I do after a meeting that I have, but yeah, we'll see about that. Anyways, I'm going to be done blabbering and put on the LoFi beats now. So for those that are watching, if anyone's watching, you can just sit back, relax, and grind away with me while I do my thing. All right. I'll be back on for a little chat break, maybe in an hour or so, just to kind of chat with any viewers who are watching and just take my, 10-minute break per usual. Oh, what's up, Chucky? You caught me just in time, man. I was just doing my little journal diary entry. I'm going to start doing that at the beginning of every stream. Usually people aren't watching at the beginning, but if they are, they can just hear my self-reflection, and it's cool to do a journal entry. I recommend everyone do a journal entry every day. It just helps to have some good self-reflection. I do, man. Hold on one sec. Let me show that to you. I have a little book. Oh, hi, Suze. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Chucky, so I have this little to-do list. After I wrote or listened to the book Atomic Habits that, James Schultz, but he has that in his bio. He recommended that people read it, so I read it. And after I read that, this is one of my morning habits is once I sit down, right before I begin all my work for the day, I didn't do it this morning, but I'm going to do it before I start actual work. I just write down my to-do list, and it's crazy how much it helps. I mean, I've tried to get into the habit of doing it in the past and usually fail, but I've been consistent with it this time. Like this, every one of these pages is a to-do list. This is like probably 30 pages or so for the past month, and just probably doubled my productivity. So yes, I do, man. Yeah, they're crazy helpful. Do you do to-do list as well? Also, Suze, the week it's been good mentally. It's been tough. But tough is good, so yeah, not sad, just small amount of stress, which is okay. It'll change your life, man, I promise. It takes literally 30 seconds, and I used to do it on my phone, and I think that's why it didn't stick, is because I did it on my phone. Literally, go to Walmart, get a $2 notebook, man, and just write it down. And then if you ever have to jot something down really quick throughout the day, like I usually probably write down like 2 little notes, like 1-sentence notes to myself about like, oh, I don't know, like remember this thing, and it just helps to write it down. Are you still watching, Suze? I don't think you are. Oh, glad to see it, Suze. I don't think the other guy's watching then. Maybe you both are. My YouTube's not reflecting it accurately, I don't think. Oh, you're chilling, Suze. You are chilling. You are chilling. I'm going to put on some music so you don't have to worry about me talking, Suze. You'll just be able to hear the music rolling and be able to just work alongside. That's usually what I do in the morning. I don't know if you normally tune in, but... Yep. Alright. Well, it's enough chatting. I'm procrastinating myself right now. Been about, let's see when I start. 7 minutes? No, it's a good journal entry time and chatting with the people who show up. Alright, guys. Y'all have a good day. I'll be down to chat probably in about an hour or so. If you have any questions, ping me. Peace, fellas. Have a good one. Real quick, Chucky, I just want to ask you a question. Do you like James Schultz? Do you like his timer on his screen? Wondering if that would help, just in case like people want to chat. I don't know, or if it's better that maybe it's good that it's random. I don't know. Just let me know in the chat.
I'll make a cup of coffee with the right amount of sugar, how you like it. And I'll make a cup of coffee with the right amount of sugar, how you like it. How you like it. Don't know how long I'll stay for. It's okay, I'll knock on your door. Won't you come down and get me? I like it when you hold me tight. You make me Just let me lose interest. We won't find a better than this. If you swear, girl, you'll leave. Just let me know, so I won't let it down. You, you'll leave. Just let me lose interest. We won't find a better than this. If you swear, girl. I'm out at Disney. They tricked me, had me wishing on a shooting star. But now I'm 20 something. I still know nothing about who I am or what I'm not. So call me a pessimist, but I don't believe in it. Finding a true love's kiss is bullshit. 'Cause I felt sad love, I felt bad love. Sometimes happy love turns into giving up. I felt hurt love, not the word love. What the hell is love supposed to feel like? What the hell is love? What the hell is love supposed to feel like? Love. My fairy grandma warned me Cinderella story only ended in a bad divorce. The prince ain't sleeping when he takes his sleeping beauty to the motel on his Snow White horse. So call me a pessimist, but I don't believe in it. Finding a true love's kiss is bullshit. 'Cause I felt sad love, I felt bad love. Sometimes happy love turns into giving up. I felt hurt love, not the word love. What the hell is love supposed to feel like? What the hell is love? What the hell is love supposed to feel
sleepy-ish. You usually can't hear me because I just put the music on and turned down the microphone. Susanna, I'm working on work. A million different work things right now. Kind of hard to put it into one thing.
coffee with the right amount of sugar. How you like it? How you like it? Don't know how long I'll stay for. It's okay, I'll knock on your door. Won't you come down and get me? I like it when you hold me tight. You make me feel Just let me lose interest. Couldn't find a better than this. You swear, girl, you leave. Just let me know so I won't let it go. You leave. Just let me. Couldn't find a better than this. You swear, girl, you leave. Just let me know so I won't let it go. You leave. Just let me lose interest. Couldn't find a better than this. You swear, girl, you leave. Just let me.
Yo.
I'm out at Disney. They tricked me, had me wishing on a shooting star. But now I'm 20 something, I still know nothing about who I am or what I'm not. So call me a pessimist, but I don't believe in it. Finding a true love's kiss is bullshit. Cause I felt sad love, I felt bad love. Sometimes happy love turns into giving up. I felt hurt love, but the word love. What the hell is love supposed to feel like? What the hell is love? What the hell is love supposed to feel like? Love. My fairy grandma warned me Cinderella story only ended in a bad divorce. The prince ain't sleeping when he takes his sleeping beauty to the motel on his Snow White horse. So call me a pessimist, but I don't believe in it. Finding a true love's kiss is bullshit. Cause I felt sad love, I felt bad love. Sometimes happy love turns into giving up. I felt hurt love, but the word love. What the hell is love supposed to feel like? What the hell is love? What the hell is love supposed to feel
Hello.
Hey Patrick, how you doing?
Doing well.
So
Rachel up there.
my we're both in the same email thread, so you have the whole rundown. You probably saw my message from last night, right?
I did.
Okay, gotcha. So I was looking back at our chat history when I went to ping you, and I noticed our last conversation, and it looks like we meant to fix this, just as a background, real quick, I did go and fix this on our end. I put in a pull request as well as a fix via our admin tool to go ahead and add these offers. So this shouldn't be an issue anymore. The issue that they're speaking about in the email thread should be all fixed. But the lingering issue is the disconnect between what is supposed to happen when new offers are added. So I am kind of the service or subject matter expert for the email service, seeing that the other guy slept. But I only started in July, so I'm still not. This is part of the process I'm still not sure about. So Megan just mentioned your name, and it sounds like you might know what's supposed to happen with these offers when new offers get added.
Yeah. So there is a process for adding them to the file, the email set map file.
Yeah.
The problem we've run into is the last few times that the guy who does the process on my side has put in pull requests, nobody's approved them. So they just sit there.
Got it.
And I don't know who to talk to, right? I honestly have no idea what happens to it after we put in the pull request. So.
Got it. Okay. Is he like a dev or is he a PM or?
No, he's a vendor.
He's a vendor. Okay. So.
And I've approved the pull request, but then it just sits there. And I think the last one I saw said OMS dev needs to approve or something like that.
I'm curious. I'm gonna check our pull requests right now to see how many are active. Holy crap! We have a lot of active pull requests, man. Do you know your vendor's name?
Zach Guptill.
ZACH.
Correct.
Zach Bowler, Zach Bragg, sorry, do you know his alias?
E dash. One second. I think it's G. Yeah, V-ZACHG, as in Gregory.
Zach Guptill.
Yep, Gregory.
Updated offer email setmap.xml September 22nd, 2020. Holy crap, man. There's a lot of stuff in here. I wonder if this still needs to be added.
Probably. I mean, I've when I looked in the set map that we have on our side, the offer ID is there, so clearly it wasn't deployed. So I'm guessing that, yeah, that thing still needs to be deployed.
Okay. Yeah. So, one of us just needs to be made aware of these. We don't really, look at the pull requests that come in. Someone has to tell us, like, hey, we need an approval. So we just have to make sure that when a pull request is put out, our team knows about it. So you could just ping me.
All right.
If that works.
We can do that. But it raised a different question for me on the thread, which I asked, right? It's like, if if we have moved all this stuff to Narda, why are we still maintaining this OMS Moni style system, which, as far as I know, nobody supports anymore, the Moni side?
So,
I mean, pull requests might get approved, but if anything happened with that system, right, if a template went bad or something like that, there'd be no way to fix it.
so this Moni being deprecated is a loose term because the purpose of Moni is a wish-washy term, in the sense that so Moni is an engine that has multiple components, and one of the components is the ICP or MUCP section, which is probably, I guess you could say, like the main part, the component of it, which is being deprecated, and that's actually responsible for, it takes basically a fully hydrated payload and computes that, creates an email, and sends it out, right? So that's like the point of contact, that's the last point of contact between the person who receives the email and Moni. So that is the part that's getting deprecated. We're basically, instead of routing those payloads to MUCP/ICP, whatever you want to call it, those are the two names we use for it. We are now diverting all of those to Narada, all those signals. So it's almost like a small piece of Moni will always be technically still living there, whether or not you want to call that Moni or just part of OMS. But I guess since it still has to do with emails, we'll call it Moni for this purpose. So Moni isn't completely going away, and it's still like fully supported per se. There are some, because the nature of subscriptions being purchased, right, is that we are the ones who are like processing those subscriptions, and we are the ones who have to go through, like, we store all the tenant data on our side, and we have like one good example is we have like a daily job, or maybe it's a weekly or monthly job, I forget, that basically goes through all the subscriptions and decides who needs an update on like whether or not their subscription is going to expire, or they need to pay, or it's going to get deprovisioned, stuff like that, right? So like all that data is on our end, so we have to be the ones responsible for sending those signals at the end of the day. Like that is never going to change. So like that Moni part of the system always has to be there, because we are going to send signals at the end of the day. Some signals come direct to Narada, like we've completely disassociated with that, but those are signals that have aren't relative to any of our services at all anyways. So there's maybe 20% that we've completely disassociated with about 80% of emails we're still going to play some role in, and so that's why we have to maintain this offer email set map, and the service will never be turned off.
So, I mean, then we clearly have a problem, right? Given that Zach has put them in, and it was, a year ago that things just stopped essentially working for us. There's been things going into Gala clearly since then. Does that mean that no emails are going out, and we're just now hearing on one trial that the emails are not going out?
So here's what I can confirm. I don't know, so I'd have to do like a git diff, like see the difference between the pull request and what's actually in our repository, right, and see how much of that is missing. But so the file is like, let's see how many lines long is it. That's how many offers there are. So there's roughly 5,400 offers, 5,400 offers, and it looks like there are 300 offers that he added to this offer email set map. So at the high end, there's potentially 324 emails or offers that emails are not being sent out for. The rest of the 5,000 offers, they're still getting emails, but it's just these ones that he hasn't added. So yeah, that is a problem, and we probably need to get this pull request merged in ASAP.
But that would just be the 300 that are in that file, not taking into account what we've had going on since then.
No, so this is the only PR I see out that Zach has put out. So that hasn't gotten in.
Mm-hmm.
So unless like someone deleted his pull requests, then this is all there is that isn't in.
No, my guess is there was probably confusion when the things weren't getting approved, and then there was the email orchestrator work that was going on, which seems to do all of the lifting for a VL offer, because the VL team tests with the emails, and Megan said, all of your stuff is over here, and then they could test again, and things seem to be fine. It practically seemed like this was, a system that wasn't being utilized. And again, that's September with 300 offers. September, I think, of 2020, right?
September, I think, of 2020, right? Check something for you to give you a better answer. So you were mentioning it was VL, you were saying?
Yeah, so any offer that began with an OLS in the set map versus that 25-digit GUID, those would be VL offers.
Okay, I'm wondering what those There's two files I kind of have to go back.
No worries.
Okay, this looks like the biggest chunk of OLS. No, so those are still going through us. Oh wait, let me see. I believe those are still going through us. And we basically forward the signal to Narada. So those aren't an issue.
So Narada is not picking up anything automatically.
No, they.
Because that. Go ahead.
Well, what do you mean by automatically?
So I will say this: if we've stopped updating the set map, greater than a year ago, we have been putting in easily hundreds of offers since then. When the VL team was looking for emails to test, because they stopped going because the email set map couldn't get updated, we talked to Megan, and Megan directed them to Narada. And apparently the emails were passing through so that they could then see that their transactions were happening in int. And putting all that aside, if we haven't added any new emails since September, that means there's hundreds of thousands potentially customers who are not getting any emails for any of the new offers. I think we would have heard something by now, right?
So
I think we would have heard something by now, right?
It's hard to give an exact answer without getting some specific examples. Do you have just one of these offer IDs present that you're speaking of? If I can get one offer ID, I might be able to give you an answer.
One sec.
I have another question too.
Sure.
So you've added hundreds of new offers. These are new offers. Where do you put clearly you get a new offer ID and you have to put it somewhere. Where are you putting this?
So Cayman generates the new offer ID, and then it just gets published downstream.
Got it.
I am of the impression that once the Narada conversation had happened and Zach's thing wasn't getting approved, that he probably just stopped updating.
Yeah, there's a VL.
I'm gonna pull open Office payload here. Where's the product? There's the product. Where's the product? There's the Okay.
And also, you haven't been working with Megan, obviously, since she's been done. So I imagine this conversation, like you mentioned, the testing you've been doing with Narada, that conversation's happening through Croissant.
I have not done any testing with Narada. I was surprised that mails were going through Narada. Our integration to the mail process is next to zero. Was update the set map, and that was it. We have no real other interaction with things here.
What was that? Okay, you mentioned some sort of testing with Narada, like things were going through.
It was the VL team. The VL team would do test purchases and expect an email, and they weren't getting it. And then the things had looped them in to find out about. Actually, it was the Azure email orchestrator at the time, which I now think is Narada. So 2 systems ago, that the things were going through, and then they got the information they needed from that process.
So those emails started working.
As far as I know, and again, I'm not involved in their part of the process either.
Yeah.
So.
Were you able to find one of those offer IDs?
In a second here. So here's a non-VL one.
Non-VL.
That one's non-VL. I'll find you VL one as well. Because we update the set map with OLS IDs, which is with VL offers. and we update them with the direct and CSP offers, which will be the 25-digit GUID. You can see that in the set map.
And this one was added when?
Last month.
Last month.
To the catalog.
To the catalog. And are you expecting emails to be sent for this?
I would have at this point have expected them to be getting sent from Narada.
Okay. So it depends.
Because I thought the Azure Email Orchestrator and Narada took over the email processes, but apparently that is not the case.
Yeah, so that depends on what type of email it is. Do you know?
I do not.
So, like, for example, if it's something that is going to be purchased through our system, we're going to send the signal.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we're most likely not going to send the signal because I don't know if this helps you on your end, but basically what we have is, so we have the offer email set map, right? Which basically we key into to figure out if there's an email template associated with this offer, and then we're like, okay, it's this type of email for this offer. Okay, now let's go to one more XML file, and let's see if we are still responsible for sending that, or if we're just gonna suppress this signal because Narada actually has a direct connection to this service or system or whatever, and they're going to process this anyway, so we would be accidentally sending a duplicate email if we did so. So we have a certain amount of suppressed templates and a certain amount of unsuppressed templates.
Okay.
And then there's a very select few templates that we still send 100% ourselves. So it's either we suppress it because Narada has a direct connection, we forward it to Narada because they are going to send out the actual email, or we suppress it. Sorry. So, number one, we suppress it because Narada has a direct connection, so we don't do anything. Number two, we forward to Narada because it's a signal that they need from us. Number three, we still send the full life cycle of the email because it's just something we haven't migrated yet. So 10% of all emails still flow 100% through us. I'd say about maybe 70% we forward to Narada, and the remaining like 20% Narada has a direct connection to.
Okay, and so the 70% that you forward over, are you pulling that off of the set map, or is that just something else you know when a payload deploys?
Yeah, that's our set map. So if there's a new offer ID, there's a 70% chance that it needs to be in our set map.
Okay.
And it never hurts to have it in there. Like nothing could go wrong from having it there.
Okay. All right, I have things cycling here and doing comparisons. I can guarantee you that there are hundreds of offers that are new and not in the set map because it did not look like it was getting deployed or approved for deployment. And knowing that Narada was there doing a lot of heavy lifting, I think the assumption was that that system was taking care of things, which it may not have been. So
yeah, so here's what I can do just to, I think, make this happen in a sufficient way is I'll send you guys our current version of the offer email. Well, no, he can just, your vendor, I mean, he has access to the repository, so he can just like pull the latest version. Whatever is not in there that you guys have added since the last successful pull request, let's not worry about the one he has out from September. We'll ignore that because you guys are going to update it anyways. Have him make a brand new pull request with everything that you have made since you stopped updating it and put that in there.
okay. Now, and we can do that, and then it'll take some time, but we'll get it done, and then we'll have it. Assuming that these systems are blocked by the end of the year code freeze, like every other system we deal with, right?
Yeah, so that's not
going
gonna,
until July.
yeah, that's not getting until July.
Okay. So other question. Clearly, we have this thing that is sending a signal over Narada. It says, Narada, you need to do this.
Yeah.
And then we have 10% that are not in Narada. Is there a reason why we are not moving to have everything migrated onto a single platform?
So that's the goal. We're working towards that. Like I was saying earlier, though, so that other 10%, that's our focus is to finish migrating that in Nickel here. But they're like that 70% of emails that like still play a role on our side, that will never go away, because basically every email generated, right, that Narada sends out, doesn't matter like what service it comes from, what the offer is, like whoever's responsible for like processing someone like getting a new subscription, they have to send some information to Narada, right? Narada has to know from somewhere, like someone plugs into them and says, hey, will you send an email for this thing? And there's like a ton of different services. It just so happens that OMS is like a huge part of that, and we are just always going to be sending them a ton of signals. And so that's the part of the offer email set map that we need to know, like we need to tell Narada, like, hey, it's this type of email like, for this offer, because we couldn't just send them like that brings up a good design question. Like maybe we remove template keys all the way at some point so that they have the offer email set map. But the way it lies for now is that we are gonna have all of the offers on our side, because we have to tell them they're not prepared to dissect 5,000 different types of offer IDs and figure out which type of email that is. Basically on our end we say, okay, this offer is this subset of like email. It's like this email is going to look like this, and so we just tell Narada that, like, hey, this is an activation trial email, instead of saying, hey, this is this offer ID, go figure out which email it is. So maybe at some point we remove that dependency. I'll have to have a conversation on my team about that, because that's something that I haven't even thought about, and so it's really good that you're bringing it up. Why is there still that dependency? Because that dependency right there is, I think, probably the single dependency that differentiates us between every other team that's sending a Narada signal. I think it's just because we're so huge, we send them so many signals. I'll have to have some
When I look at it, right, clearly we have some multiple systems going on. This one part of the process is maintained by a single vendor, human person who is reliant on things being copied and pasted into a file. Seems like a bad idea if we're moving towards migrating, things to a more automated system.
Yeah, I agree for sure. I'm with you there. I think I'm just like, it seems like a monster of a task to like kind of rewire this, but I think it might be something that we have a design discussion about to see if this is something we can do. But yeah, that's I guess more of a long-term question. But as of now, you can rest assured that you should probably give us all your offer IDs.
Yep.
We
We will work on that during the lockdown.
got it. Okay.
And get it updated. So,
We'll be ready for that.
you're seeing 300 offers in the September thing you looked at, right?
Yeah.
Again, I can imagine it's going to be, 5 times that.
That's okay.
Because the catalog never stops adding offers.
Yeah.
As you know, because you're looking at OMS and you're seeing them come in. So.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Okay. Well,
Let me talk to my guys, and we will get this thing packaged up.
okay. Really appreciate it, Patrick. You have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
throttled because we pass special headers.
But we still queue them if they fail.
Sorry.
So for that statement you're writing out, but we still will queue them if the synchronous path for the nucleus will fail.
Yes. So basically, if you see towards the end, we included a try that try catch with the try we call a catch exception. That's the top level exception and just solve it.
So if they don't throttle us, then why do we fail? Just for a myriad of other reasons.
Yeah, it could be a bunch of other reasons. So, these calls are not throttled, however we pass special rules. However, the fix from this call, if this call didn't a message to sync okay, so this is the first thing. On new days when we make a call to AD sync call, these calls are not throttled because we have special headers. However, we solve the exception of this call, and if this call fails, we queue a message to sync to AD asynchronously. This makes sense?
I'll just read it out one more time. These calls don't throttle because we pass special headers. Okay, got it. That makes sense?
Okay. Now, however, this is only for new orders.
Yeah.
However, this happens.
Is a place order not always a, well, I guess it could be a sync count of the okay.
Yeah, exactly. So the new orders for seat count update, I did a special code change for seat count update, right? So if some customer passes some special headers, only then we put the seat count update in the synchronous path. So for seat count update in normal flow, all sync happens So yeah, so basically that happens for new orders. For seat count update in normal flow, all AD sync happens asynchronously. However, I did a code change few months back where if the portal team passes us some special headers, then we follow the synchronous path for seat count change as well.
What?
Now
Okay.
the
Just out of
Sorry,
curiosity, what is the purpose of like following, let's say, sync count update on flow all AAD sync count async? Got it. So why, like, what was the purpose? Why would sometimes they need to happen in a synchronous way?
there was some basically what was happening is they have some scenario where some admins
Oh,
try
hold
to
on.
do
Hey, bro,
punches.
someone's knocking on the door real quick. Give me 1 second.
Sure. 40 minutes, 50 minutes. And these guys were, for say, small customers, it's fine. They don't care that much. Like, if I go and purchase tomorrow something and, say it's still happening, it's fine. But these were customers who purchase like thousands of seats at one go.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why those guys would complain about all the smaller. Basically, they would call them. So they will generally get just this big reduce and they will get a pretty calls per day or something like that. So just sounds more. So yeah, so this was the thing, and also is not experience like seeing failures is necessary. So now what's happening is this works fine if our portal team is directly calling Optimum.
Yeah.
But if our portal team is calling REST doesn't pass down those headers to Optimum.
Yeah.
REST is just eating up those headers. So the header is quite covered. So basically, what you have to do is REST goes on that REST passes down that header.
Okay, so Quest is specifically Quest
This is like the OMS X. This is extension of OMS client that REST uses to call into Optimum.
Okay. Oh, and it just passes the full request here.
Yeah, you see that we are adding bunch of headers there.
Before send request, is that the one I should be looking at? Okay, and then channel equals. Is it grabbing anything from the request?
Did you see that request dot headers dot add? That's how you add a header.
Yeah. And I see the header up there, simple authorization header. And basically, in here, we should basically
think it's called consistency level. You should just check once what is the confirm once with the machine as well. What is the header? What is the header being passed?
The name of the property.
Can you hear me?
Can I share screens?
No, can you hear me?
Can I hear you?
Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind. You can hear me. Just checking my headphones. Sorry, give me a minute. I had to take out something from my own. Yeah, so if you see my code change is just for passing that in synchronous.
Yep.
So I'm checking if the feature is enabled, which is just flighting. I then introduced that this consistency level.
Yeah, consistency level is property.
Yeah, I think that's the property you need to check.
Okay. But something calls before send request that passes in the request, right?
Yes.
But I can probably do the work in before send request.
Yeah, that should be the that should be the place where you do that. Because we are anyways creating other headers.
Because it goes into the header. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just not super familiar with the syntax because it'll say like for example in the municipal authorization header code, it's like object name ID equals claims principal dot current. What is the dot current? Where is that even coming from?
Can you share the screen?
So if you look here, it's like claims principal dot current.
Oh, that's the most complex header. That's the authorization header. That's why yeah.
Got it. Like if I were to grab the property though from the request, like how would I even grab that? Would it be like
Yeah, request or something. Can you can ask Abhishek to actually give the like he can give you the request that they're calling as well. So you can look it up in any
oh okay.
right? So you can see it there. And yeah, you can just request or to grab whatever header is.
Okay. That's what I was imagining. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. Also, we can take a look how this works. Like, okay, yeah, before send request is something you can also look at it. Always has also some header emitters, right? So these header emitters are basically like an extension of our client. And before send request, whatever you want to append to those requests, you can put it here.
Okay. Would I be naive to think that this is a really simple solution? Just add it here and then pass it to Optify? Or is it more?
Yeah, you should pass it. You should pass it to
Yeah.
but there's also, I'm not sure there's all this is the machine. Yeah, I think it should work if we just add it here.
This could be potentially literally one line code change.
Yeah, I mean, this code change might not be pretty big. I mean, here, but it might a day's or half a day's work. If you like half a day to figure out, 1 hour to code. And it's just that testing and all might take a little bit of time. Because you have to create some you will have to create. So okay, for testing, there's two things. One is you might need some flighting here in rest, and second thing is to turn on and off your feature. Second thing is your testing. So for testing, what you can do is you can use the REST tests, right? REST has been tests. So there
runs his own. You can come in if you want. The guy runs his own, like almost mini like production studio thing that also does like a live in-person like Shark Tank event, but it's not like a televised thing.
Yeah.
And so what they do is they basically they search for brands that they think like have potential, and they have like all the infrastructure to like do like a whole media campaign for that brand. So basically like they'll do about like a 60-second commercial and a 30-second long commercial, and then they'll just run it everywhere, all over the internet, like TV, like shit like that. Like they do all of that for you. Like obviously you gotta go and like work with them. But like, you know, they take the charge on that, and then in addition to that, they like hook you up with like distributors in terms of distribution deals, and like pictures with investors and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, that sounds fucking awesome. He's like, yeah, so it's $24,000. I was like, oh, I mean, I was like, this sounds amazing, and like when a number bigger, it would be worth the money. Like if you're huge, like lining up distribution deals, that could pay for itself, you know. Like having all this whole ad campaign and like them placing all the ads for you, like 24 grand to have it all over TV. But it's like we're just not ready for that. Like we don't have first off, I don't have $24,000 to spend on making some ads. And,
That's a lot.
even if they put it out to as many places as they said they would, we wouldn't even have the amount of product necessary to like supply that demand. So
And even if you did, it's like no guarantee that you're gonna make back that amount.
you're right, but I think it would be worth the investment if like we were say we're making 100,000 a year. Like $100,000 investment is worth the like, you know, the production value that we might get and stuff. But yeah, at this point it's just like mind blowing. Like honestly, man, like we are about to like fork out like $3,000 a month for ads, and that's huge for us. Like we cannot afford this quite yet, and we're not like, you know, fit and finished and polished the way we want to be yet. It's big anyways. So he's like, well, we can check back in with you guys in like 6 to 8 months and see where you're at. I'm like, that would honestly be great, because like I think it's an amazing opportunity. Just like I'm a small fish. That's some big fish shit.
You gotta
man.
get to at least a medium fish to pull that off, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's life of a software engineer right there, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you got like 30 tabs pulled up.
I literally, in every hour, I just mass delete all the tabs. Like, I don't fucking remember what I had open. Close them all. If I need it again, I'll go find it.
Yeah.
Happy hour. We played like online games. I do not want to have to work after that happy hour, so I'm trying to get the rest of the shit I need done so that by the time happy hours over, I'm done with work for the day.
That's gotta be a pretty early day for you then.
I'm trying to get out of here by 3 or 4. Would be ideal. I'm gonna work till 9 p.m. every night this week.
I've noticed.
Like I start at 7 too, so it's like,
Jesus, 14 hours.
yeah, probably. What is that? 14 hours times 4. I did that for 4 days. How many hours is that?
56.
56 hours. Yeah, that's too many, man.
Yeah.
That's usually what I work in 2 weeks.
Jesus.
We have the reason I had to do that is because we have a code lockdown at the end of the fiscal year, starting tomorrow. So like until after the 4th of July, we can't make any code changes. So basically, it's like any work you want to get done has to be done by today. So that's why I had to like run. My mentor was like, oh yeah, like he told my boss, like, oh yeah, like we'll have this project done before the lockdown, and I was like, what? We budgeted like fucking 15 to 20 days of work to do this, and now I have 10 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll have like 3 people to hang out for the next 3 weeks.
I wish I understood like the coding and all that shit. It just like
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just like the easiest way to think about it is like imagine it's a virtual rocket ship that just goes orbiting Earth all the time, and like once a week, like That's basically what it is. Like, if you look at, like, just
Jesus Christ. Yep, that's exactly what I think coding is.
yeah. So that, like, basically, like, this is what this one line means is if the template that in the request that we got is equal to C count update, which means someone wants to change the number of like allocations on a subscription. So like when you get like for Microsoft Office, like how many versions of it you want for your business? 5. So they change it to 4. Okay, is it a C count update? Then we're going to block the request. Basically, block it. So we're responsible for that. So just make small changes like that, man.
That is so intimidating. God. Holy. It just keeps going.
It keeps going, and there is probably 10,000 files like that in this one service that are
God.
yeah.
Holy shit. That's crazy. Oh, it just hurts my, oh, my eyes are watering just looking at it.
Some people, like when some people like, dude, I don't know how you fucking do that all day. Like me, obviously, I'm like, dude, I love it. But then like I take a step back and like kind of look at it objectively. I'm like, it doesn't look fun from an outside perspective.
Yeah.
It's crazy to just do this shit. But it's like, at this point, it's like reading English for me.
Yeah. It'd be cool to see like what you do also, like if you like what comes out of like the changes you made.
Oh yeah, I mean, so that's a good example, like that C count update thing. So basically, that in that file, I made those changes for the purpose of changing the way customers get emails when they change the amount of seats on a subscription.
Yeah.
So problem is, like you have, like say you have like Microsoft Office, like or maybe I don't know, you have a ton of different products with us, right? And you change your seat count, like how many subscriptions you have of one of those products.
Yeah.
It used to just send you an email and say, hey, like your subscription has been updated. It didn't tell you what one, and it didn't tell you what it, like what from what to what it went to. But now when you change the amount of seats you have on like a subscription at Microsoft, because of me, it'll say, hey, on your Microsoft Office subscription, you went from 4 to 5 seats. So that's like a tangible thing that I changed.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. But most of the stuff I do is like not front end facing at all. Like, I'll never make a change and the website looks different or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's all, that's like probably the one example I have where like the customer experience looks different.
Yeah.
The rest is just call.
All right. Well, thanks for showing me that. That looks fucking insane.
Yeah.
Webinar Yamanuru is currently unavailable. Please leave a message.
Hey, Roger. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. So, I'll give you a little backstory here.
How is this correlation of offer in symbol to the template key? Because I lost some context, so that's why it's.
Yeah, let me give you the backstory as to like why I'm bringing this up in the first place. So we had an ICM that was raised to us.
That's right.
The other day.
It's related to some of the signals we are not receiving.
Yeah. So basically, what we rely on. So and I just spoke with Patrick Young as well, the business ops PM, and he asked some questions that sparked me to ask you these. But basically, on our end, we have a big file called offer email set map.xml or something like that, and basically it contains like it's a big XML file and there's a big offer email setmap.xml, and that offer ID wasn't there, right? So if the offer ID is not there, then in our system we have no idea like what template key we're supposed to, hydrate the payload with and send off to you guys, So we just, if there's no signal or if there's no mapping, we do nothing, right? But we still give them their subscription and whatnot, right? So they show me the email. So I went and I added that offer. I fixed the issue, right? And
Actually, I'll tell you something. That's what I was surprised, saying, you have this kind of thing. In fact, we received more escalations on different offers. This is not the first thing. So, say for example, I have one more offer where we used to receive email and suddenly it stopped. Say for example, I just give you one more offer ID.
yeah, let's take a look at this and see if this exists in our repository. I doubt. Is this an issue? Like an issue
Yes.
offer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I'm gonna type this in, it doesn't exist. So let me continue, and I'll probably answer your questions right now.
Okay.
So
So what you're saying is you maintain this Excel now.
No.
Now, is it so basing on this offers present in this Excel you trigger a signal to Nanda.
yes, correct. So if we get an offer ID, it starts to go through our engine, and then I'm not sure which part I have to dig into it, but say, okay, does this offer map to a template key? Okay, it does. All right, let's start to create the payload and then send it off to you guys. But let me continue. I'll probably answer all your questions. So that's the reason why this ICM that was raised wasn't working, because that offer wasn't there. So I added that, right? And as far as I knew, I was like, okay, I've never had to add anything to this thing before. Like, granted, I haven't been on the team that long. I've only been on here a year, and TK is gone now, so I can't ask him any questions. But basically, I was like, yeah, I've never had to add anything to this. Like, why am I having to do this all of a sudden? So I fixed the problem, but then I called Patrick, and what Patrick told me is that they have a guy who used to create pull requests in our repository to update the offer email setmap.xml. Like I was saying, it's something that we haven't done. It's not our job. They have a vendor that does that specifically. They add the new offers in there, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, the last ones didn't get approved, so we kind of just stopped sending out those pull requests. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, you didn't let us know that those needed to be approved. Like, we didn't see them, so like, we didn't approve them. So basically, when I came to the conclusion, it's like, okay, there are 1,500 offers right now that are not in that set map. So there are 1,500 offers that customers are not receiving emails for right now. So the fact that you're bringing up that there are other ICMs, that makes complete sense to me. So they are going to create a pull request and start updating that. And the reason that I started pinging you is like none of this really involves you at this point, right? Because you just get the signals from us. But we're migrating away from money, right? And so he asked me the question. The reason they stopped sending pull requests is because he heard that Narada was now handling the email service. And so he was like, this offer email setmap is owned by Moni. Like, well, okay, we probably don't need to update that anymore. We'll just, Narada's fine, and they'll take care of it. So they stopped. That's why they stopped updating it. And that brings me to the question of, like, it is a good question. Why are we still dependent on this offer email set map? And then I was thinking, okay, how does Narada? Because I know that there are some signals that you guys receive that aren't from us, and I'm wondering, do they just send you the offer ID, right? And you, in order to send those emails out, you probably have to find the template key the same way that we do, so that you can send the right email. Is that correct?
No. Okay. All your questions are valid, sir. So just to give you some background, when we did this snowbird project,
Yeah.
TK and Rajesh and Sonia came up with this design saying that, hey, okay, anyway we're planning for migration. Let's keep Moni as a lightweight, and
question here is, if we start, one of the questions that you had was, how about the other email types? Now, we use Money only for legacy system, and all the legacy signals, I would say 70% of legacy signals are coming from, from your team.
Agreed.
For modern, it's a different, pipeline altogether, where we receive from different partners. When it comes to legacy, apart from Mercury events, anything related to transaction management, like subscription activation, subscription cancellation, seat count change, everything, all these signals come from you.
Yeah.
Now, if you remove that mapping from your end, how are you going to send us a signal?
Exactly. So basically, what we could send is, like, say there was a. The reason I was asking if you get just the offer IDs from other people, right, is like the offer ID is always going to exist whether or not it's legacy or modern, correct? So what if, like, you guys have some way of figuring out what template key matches to certain offer IDs that you're receiving not from us? So why don't we just send you the offer IDs instead of the template key and have that mapping figured out on your side?
Oh, so you, okay, so what you're saying is why don't, I can get it, why don't you send the offer IDs?
So basically removing, okay, so I am trying to think, should we remove the dependency from Moni and for the offer email setmap.xml, you guys maintain that, and then we just send you the offer IDs instead of the template key, and then you guys would be responsible for figuring that out on your end? Is that like something that could possibly work, is what I'm curious.
Template key combination. So we actually, I'll tell you, we are not dependent on the template key to send an email. We are dependent on the template key only to write it to email history.
Interesting.
Yeah, we don't even bother about the template key in any other scenario, because we have our own templates, and we send that trigger to Neo. We use the template key only to write back to email history so that you show it on the CMAT. That's the only reason. Can I give me some thoughts, Samuel? There's a good question. Probably give me some time to think about it. How do we remove the dependency?
Yeah, so let me preface this with, I haven't spoken with anyone besides you at this point, and because I just want to make sure that if I go back to my team, I understand how things work, and so that we can have like a clear design discussion if this is something that we maybe want to do.
Sure. Let me think about it. See, my thought was you're using the XML file just to post signal to us. That's the only thing that I know about it. Now, do you require the template? Give me some time. Let me think about it.
Okay, well, I have a few more questions though before you go. So when you get a signal from Mercury, like just directly from them, how does their payload differ from the payload that we give you guys? Like, does it? I guess the biggest difference is, do they not have a template key in there? Is it just the offer ID?
See, when it comes to Mercury events, it's a different volume altogether. Mercury events, we do not even have the offer ID.
I guess it's not an offer.
So Mercury events we consume irrespective of the offer ID. We don't care about what offer it is. There is nothing that has to be onboarded.
Is there
Any
any?
it is for billing statement ready, then PK gave us, okay, we have to write back to your DB. We asked him, okay, what exactly would be the template key that we need to write back? Then he gave us a list of template keys.
Yeah.
That's how we are able to post it to OMSD.
Is there ever any? I
I forget if there is a plan for this. Is there a plan for you guys to write the email history to change that dependency, or is it
Yes,
always
there is a plan. We already have that ready. The email history, everything is ready. CMAT and CST have to integrate, which they're planning to do it in the month of September, if I'm correct.
Okay. Got it. So because I know that when, like, for example, if you guys see the template key seed count update, that tells you what kind of email this is, right?
So, the template key for a seed count change, for example, if you send us, it is only used when we write back for email history. We are not using it anywhere else.
Literally the only thing you guys use it for. How do you guys know it's a seed count update then?
Basic on the email type. Say, for example, I'll show you. I believe your questions are valid. That's because you're not in the initial discussion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out now.
Right. So for seed count change. So SC underscore update is the email type, if I'm right.
Yeah.
So this is the same template key that you're using, right?
Yeah.
For email history also.
Yeah.
So we kept it the same way.
Got it.
So that means SC underscore update is being used in your payload in two places. One is email type as well as the template key.
So how do you know that it's a seed count update though on your end? Because you send to the customer like, hey, like your subscription was changed, like.
That's right. So if the email type is SC underscore update, then our trigger logic would go ahead and see it as a seed count change, and then we maintain our own event ID for me.
So you guys do look at the seed count update for your purposes to figure out what you're going to do, right?
Yes, correct.
So then you do that for probably, like, for example, for the Teams trial activation issue, that was.
So what happens is Teams trial activation falls under category of subscription activation email type. Okay, let me legacy subscription activation trigger. So for all the activation signals that you're sending us an email type as legacy subscription activation. So something happened. So from your end, subscription activation, what we did was add hundreds of things. So we said that the plan maintenance hundreds of things. So that's why for every email type for all activation, it is legacy subscription activation.
And so, how do you guys
Hey,
determine?
Samuel, I'm hearing echo. Let me call you back. Yeah. So if there is one email type and multiple things, what we do it is okay. I'm going to make it as an email type for legacy subscription activation, and I don't care about it. So that's how for all this subscription activation offers everything we don't care. We just care about the email type for legacy subscription activation.
Do we send that property to you, like the fact that it's
Activation. Yes. Okay. Let me give you one example. Okay. So that it becomes easy. So DK left the company.
Yeah, he left to go to Coinbase a couple months ago.
Ah, okay.
signal for those? Because are we just legacy signals that get sent to you guys, or do we send modern signals too?
No, Moni doesn't send any kind of modern signals.
No modern signals. So if they add new modern offers, then that's not going to be us.
Yes.
Do you guys send modern emails?
Yeah. So we do send modern emails that we manage. It's not based on offer ID, it's completely different process. When it comes to legacy, because we receive signals from you, I'm also thinking how do we. So what happens if you remove this particular process called offer and template mapping?
If we remove that, then you guys just wouldn't get a signal. Nothing would happen. If like right now, if I deleted that file, no emails, you guys would get 0 signals from me. Absolutely 0 signals. So I don't know. I have not dove into the code yet to see like how tight that dependency is. Like if I could just say, oh, never mind, just send an email anyways with the template or the offer ID instead of the template key. I don't know what that dependency looks like. I just know it's there.
Yeah, we need to have a broader discussion on this. How do we? If you ask me now, I don't know because I don't know your system. I don't know.
Because here's ultimately what I just want to make sure happens. Patrick, he's from the business ops team, and he said there are 1,500 new offers, right? Are all of these offers that should be in the offer email set map, like if I ask him how many of these are modern and how many are legacy, will he know? And are they even adding legacy offers? For example, the offer in January that got added, this issue that got brought up, it was added in January, but it's coming from us, right? And you're saying that we only send legacy emails. So did they add a legacy email in January? Because to me, legacy sounds like we don't use it anymore. We don't use nothing new is there.
So when it comes to subscription activation, this Teams is I don't know how they treat Teams as Teams offer as legacy or something. So that means this is a bit confusing for me when you brought this up. When you said 1,500 offers, is it possible probably next week to set up some meeting with BizOps, your Peter, PM, and we'll also bring in our PMs and let's have some discussion.
100%. I think that needs to happen because there are way too many questions right now.
Yeah, because when it comes to subscription activation, I'm also a bit concerned here. So let's try to set up something in July. I know July 1st, everyone will be home for long weekend. So probably somewhere around 7th or 8th, we can set up some meeting and discuss about this.
Okay, I'll set it up then.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it, Ragu.
No problems. And I gave you one more offer. I know. I can't. I think it's better that we also, updates the offers, whatever occurs.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks, Sam.
have a good one. claims say?
Get entitlements to is unhealthy.
So just I was looking at entitlement data access charts, and it's like all over the place for all the operations.
All operations are failing?
Let's see. Last 1 hour, the only one that's staying steady is ping entitlement. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the only one staying steady.
What is failing? We need to take a look at the logs right now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm going to just revert back.
Okay.
This is definitely not happy thing.
Oh no, not at all. Oh man. Should we contemplate reverting back to an old build for the weekend, or?
If you have to do it, we will do it if there's a Sev2. For now, everything is fine, right?
I mean, it's healthy as long as no failovers happen, but I mean, they're gonna fail over for the patching, right?
No, the patching is already done.
Oh.
But first, let's understand what is causing, because we had been in int for a long time, and int has gone through patching and everything. Nothing. Like last week, there was patching done in int.
Mm-hmm.
So the queue was already cut over. So something on the web service code that is not working. I mean, let's look at it.
I'm looking right now. I mean, it's failing at the SQL storage command wrapper level. It's not the entitlement code level.
We first fail back all of these so that we at least mitigate the issue. Why did we see this in the patching when they failed over?
These all look like they're on queue as well, am I right? No, some are front end, some are queue. It's a mixed bag, it's like half-half. It looks like it doesn't differentiate between queue and front end. Okay. Taking one of the correlation IDs. Begin, get entitlement async. Entitlement data access token. Okay. So this is what it tried to do. Is it tried to make a call to this connection string. Is this a valid connection string given what you just failed over?
Can you show me?
I just sent it to you.
Well, this is just pointing to the AG listener name. So it doesn't have anything to do with the which one is primary. It doesn't mention the server name anywhere of this. So there's no, basically, this should fine. This should not change.
Because the AG listener is above the two servers, so the AG listener basically determines which the primary is, right?
Correct.
Okay. But AG0 is partition 0, so that makes sense that there was an issue there, because that's one of the AGs that you failed over, right?
Yeah. AG0 and AG1 were the ones that were failed over.
You didn't end up doing two?
No.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, the command looks good to me. It's nothing wrong with the command that was being given in. It's got to be something on the SQL side. So you did a web store BCP.
Yes.
Why? Why web store?
Well, that's the way they do it during patching also.
Even if we aren't using a web store dependency?
Yes.
Interesting.
The only difference I can do right now is I can do a cluster failover and see if that works or not. This time I just did why don't I try that? Okay, let's try that. Okay, let me revert it back.
Okay.
Both. So this was, I did just a single, DB failover.
Yeah, Rajesh wanted us to do whole DC, so let's try that anyways.
Okay.
And so when you do a cluster, what are you using to do that? Are you using WebStore for that as well?
Yeah, we will use WebStore because as long as we are still in WebStore, even for the other DBs, we will always do failover from WebStore, not from SQL. Because a cluster failover we can only do from WebStore.
Just because it has all those parallel commands built in, or what?
Yeah, because we don't want to we never fail over individual DBs, right? So since Commerce DB and others are all still in that web store, so we'll have to basically fail over from web store, and that will also fail over the entitlement DB.
Okay, when we use traffic management UI, no, but that's for traffic to our front ends. We can't fail over DBs with the traffic management UI, can we?
No. Okay, let's check this. Maybe this will work. We do a cluster failover, but that's weird.
What did you do when you did CES? Is this what you did as well?
For CES, no. For CES, I did cluster failover. I didn't do DB failover.
Okay.
But backend was looking all healthy. That partition, but one partition was looking all fine. I wish Kranti was here. Because this looks like a SQL thing.
It does.
So, what kind of error are you seeing? He's not saying any error in your code, right?
No, it just says calling commerce.sql storage wrapper, execute async, and then it says a network related or instance specific error occurred while establishing a connection to SQL server. The server was not found or was not accessible. Yada yada.
Got it. Okay, I have restored both of them now, 0 and 1. Let's see if things get fixed. other errors going away.
Take a look. Oh, oops, that's a problem. Yeah, they're gone.
Good. Okay. How long are you going to be here? So
I mean,
we need to.
I can be here as long as I need to be.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do a cluster failover then. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, ideally I'll be out of here in an hour. That would be nice, but if we can't, we got to take care of this.
Yep. Unfortunately, we have to. Where's the command to failover this one? Let's see. Cluster BCP command. Can't I see it? It's on Wednesday. What is the? Do you know? You have been doing the failover in int, right? Do you remember what is the cluster 0 name for int?
I haven't been doing the cluster failovers. I've just been doing single partition failovers.
Oh, you just do DB failovers?
Yeah, I mean, WebServer will tell you if you try to do the command, if you try to just cluster B, you right click the.
That's right. You're right.
Yeah.
Right. So I can do this way. DC1. So there are only 2 clusters.
There are only 2 clusters for int, as in there's one east and one west, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Because there's going to be. Yeah, because there should be 4 AGs per DC, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there should only be 2 clusters. Because we only have 8 listeners total. So that would make sense if we have 4 AGs per DC.
Okay. Oh man. Let's see if this works.
I mean, if it worked on CES, I'm almost 100% sure it will work
Were you failing over from web store or from SQL? Did you ever do BCP? You did BCP, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did BCP.
And you were doing from web store or from SQL? You can't do from SQL actually. You have to do from web store.
Yeah, I was doing from web store. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so no, actually. Well, let me think about this. What did I do? No, I would just take. So I would take the SQL, one of the servers offline,
Mm-hmm.
and SQL registers that and automatically fails over to the other DC. So I just, and then the point of my tool is to watch SQL directly rather than WebStore, and then correct the WebStore config. So no, I wasn't failing over from WebStore at all. I was just doing direct SQL.
See, okay.
I bet if we try that, it works.
Okay. So some of the databases in them are already starting to look healthy in the cluster. I mean, they're already failing over. Configuration DB has failed over. Entitlements repartition, all partitions entitlements have failed over. Okay.
Why did we do configuration?
No, we are doing cluster, right? So it will fail over every single DB in that cluster.
Okay. Okay. Cluster. Well, is cluster synonymous with DC?
Hmm?
Is cluster the same as like the whole DC? So like every single DB from that DC is gonna get failed over to the other DC?
Correct. Now, well, cluster is you can synonymous with partition. You can think of like.
Oh.
So one cluster has, you can think of like, we have 8 clusters in prod and we have 2 clusters in int. Now each cluster has multiple AGs.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. I just didn't know that's how they organize themselves. But that makes sense, because, yeah, that makes sense. Uh-oh.
Started again, failures?
Maybe. I can't tell unless we let it go for another second. CES should be in here too, right?
Yep.
Can you check the CES reliability? So there should be no difference.
There's a drop in the journal events for CES. Everything else looks fine. Access view.
We should probably revert whatever we did in int again.
7 days, last 1 hour.
Do you have logs
Uh-oh.
for what you...
Reliability gets to 0
In what?
in one of the partitions in CES read 30. What the hell is happening? You are seeing again, right?
Yeah, we should probably revert. If you're still logged in.
As soon as this is done, I'll revert. Still in progress, I believe. Okay, no, it's done. So I'm reverting it back.
Okay. Q... Yeah, Q didn't like that either. Didn't look like the Q complained the second time around. But it definitely did the first time. Title.delete was not happy. Everything wasn't happy. It's like the worst one though. Is there any sort of logs to see like deeper into what was happening on the SQL side?
We don't have much visibility because of those Ignite is gone, but there is some SQL monitoring tool that Dekannan was discussing.
Oh. I totally forgot there was a brown bag. Did you go to that?
I just had a little bit, but there was a recording.
Okay.
At least I have not getting any errors so far. I mean, no alerts.
Yeah, I mean, I think the noise is definitely still there. Oh yeah. Look bad. So if you look at the reliability for what's the account to look at CES? The account name.
CES notification metrics int. Yeah, it's affecting everything. It's not just entitlements.
CES. Is there like a reliability of CES? I don't even see it.
Yeah, I can see it. I can show you. Hold on. Let me show you my screen.
And is there like, what do the other services look like that were on that cluster? Are they having the same issue?
I don't know how to check the int reliability for the other ones, but CES, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Data
See?
access view.
It went all the way to 0 almost.
Was that just the one
Yeah.
partition that we did?
That was cluster 0. I mean, cluster 0 caused everything to get to 0. The whole reliability.
No, it looks
This
like
was
just,
which partition? Hold on.
just one.
Yeah, this was partition 3. Maybe,
Is that the one you BCP'd?
yeah, I did 0, 1, 2, 3. So let's see 0. 0 doesn't even show up.
Oh, well, that's just about as good as 0. Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't show up. 3 is down definitely. 4 is healthy.
But you didn't mess with 4.
No.
Yeah.
5 is healthy. Yeah, so 0 doesn't even show up. Something. It doesn't even.
Let's
Yeah.
see. Let's figure out what's another one we could check that's on web source still. We could just look at Octopi int, right?
Yeah, Octopi int.
I don't know what the name is for that. I'm gonna have to go look. Ordering services, service metrics int. There we go. Okay. I don't know which one I should look at. Q. That's a big one, right?
Well, is there API reliability directly?
I mean, it's like so. Ooh, interesting. Looks like we're seeing spikes at the same time. That looks like a SQL problem to me.
Can you show me? Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah. One second. Let me. There we go. So I just clicked on the Q.
Yeah, I'm not seeing your screen.
You don't see it yet?
Oh, okay. No,
No? Try again.
I don't think you're sharing.
Here. Let me try it one more time.
Okay, now I see.
You see that? That looks like the same time frame, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All this stuff.
Yeah.
What else could I look at? Octopi incoming view?
Yeah, look at that.
Incoming actually might be okay, right?
No, it should get affected. Let's see. It's not returning anything. Overall view. Go to overall view, Octopi overall view.
Where?
Just below the Octopi incoming view. The next one, yeah. 1 hour.
99.8.
Go to the down charts.
That though, that doesn't.
Oh, that's this one, reliability. Yeah, there was some big dips.
Downstream. Yeah, it was downstream. So it was well. Oh, that doesn't tell us a lot though. That might just be it calling into entitlements, right? Because does Octopi call into entitlements?
Yes. Go to downstream view in the Octopi. Okay. Is there any charge that shows any reliability?
I don't think this is going to be good for us to look at.
Reliability of these are fine. Commerce DB and reliability and all those things are fine.
Let's look for another. What about Crest? What do you have to do? Commerce accounts? Let's do commerce accounts.
Commerce accounts, I'm not sure if you will see anything. Oh. I think we should talk to Rajesh first. Bring him up to speed.
Right now?
Mm-hmm. That we are not able to test it. I'll see if he's there.
Just want to try and pull him in. He looks free.
Is he around? Yeah. Okay. Are you trying to pull him in?
No, do you want me to click it?
Let me see.
Let me plug this in before it dies.
Hey Rajesh, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, so there is a problem in int. We still don't know what the issue is, but when we do a failover in int, first I attempted a just entitlements DB failover, couple of partitions, and it caused reliability dips. Okay, on entitlement service itself. We got some ICMs also, SEP3 ICMs, and we saw that dip. And we looked at the logs. The logs pointed to, didn't give any code, anything specific to entitlements code, but it was saying that an issue was connecting, there was an error connecting to the database, basically.
Okay.
Okay, so we thought maybe since we are just failing over one DB, like we did a BCP failover for a single partition of a DB, maybe that's not the right thing, because in production we usually do a cluster failover where we fail over entire cluster. So let's try that. So we rolled back, we reverted back. When we reverted back, everything became normal, and then we did a BCP failover of the entire cluster. Now when we do that, everything starts failing. Not only entitlements, but CES is failing. We are seeing issues with other DBs also. So it's not just restricted to only entitlements. Now, I am not sure if there is something wrong in int, basically, because what this means that the moment you are failing over to the new, like right now, the entitlements is on the central US servers. The moment we are failing over to the East US, we are seeing issues.
For any database?
Or any database, not only entitlements.
Have you tried just the CES only for see whether that happens too? Just attempting some other service and see whether it's on the local basis. Can you at least fail over one partition?
I can try one partition of notifications.
Yeah, let's see how that looks. At least confirm this theory, what you're saying here. Okay. If that's the case, then we should engage our DBS to understand what's going on, right?
Yes. Let me try it right now. So we can do one partition of notification DB. Hold on. So let's see what's the notification. Do you want to? Shall I share my screen?
Yes,
you want?
please.
Notification. Where is notification? Notification DB. Okay. So let me put the command. Notification DB. Okay. So this should start failing over partition 0. So right now partition 0 is primary in East US. So we are trying to fail it over to Central US P1.
Okay.
Okay, it's online, and we should be also be able to see it from here. Let me refresh this dashboard. Refresh. Close this.